Good morning, everybody. It's 5 minutes, actually 4 minutes to 10 o'clock here in Calgary, Alberta. Well, it says 9:56. I can actually see the time right actually on the screen if you happen to join us just before 10 o'clock when the camera is going to show the start line of the 500 meters. Good morning, I'm Greg Bieber. Welcome, day 3 of the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. Playing in the background you can't hear is the 2001 Space Odyssey song, a traditional song that's been played before the great event that's about to happen. So we have the 500 meter men's races coming up, followed by the women's. And we have 39 pairings, believe it or not, 39 pairings coming up in the men's. Plans to be an exciting day. Men's, women's 500 meters. Men's, women's 1,500 meters, and mass start will be on the air shortly once the camera starts to focus on the start line. Welcome aboard. You know what that means. 3 minutes to start time for the 500 meter men's race. We have 39 pairings. I'm not making this up, ladies and gentlemen. 39 pairings of the 500 meter men's race. 2-minute warning coming up. What an exciting day ahead we have. Norway, the long track World Cup completed today. They also had a 500 meter men's and women's in the A and B division, and also the 1,500 meters in the A and B division, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Starters are getting ready, referees are in position, officials up here in the timing deck are ready to go. I'm going to introduce the first 2 skaters and then go quiet. And then we'll get underway. 39 pairings. This is the first of the 39 in the inner lane, representing Alberta, Paul Coder. And from Korea, starting out in the outer lane, Jun Hong Im. Gentlemen, good luck. Well, hi again. Just a couple minutes or less than a couple minutes to start time for the 500 meter men's races here in Calgary, Alberta. If you are joining us right from the beginning, here's the plan. I'm a speed skating dad on the microphone in the oval, and also on the microphone commentating for the YouTube feed. And why? To bring life, a bit of life to both. If you happen to be sitting at home and there's no sound, then it would just be a really quiet experience for you unless you had some music on in the background. So I hope to bring it to life a little bit about the actual skating event for each of the skaters, announcing their names, and anything I know a little bit about the skaters as I get to know them through my journey as a speed skating dad volunteer. Greg Bieber is my name. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. And what you're looking on the screen is the first 2 skaters. I mentioned earlier we have 39 pairings, so we have lots to go through. And a lot of personal bests fell, especially for a lot of the skaters who maybe have skated here for the first time, very early in their development as a skater. And so now that they've dropped those times, it gets tougher and tougher for them to achieve some personal best. And we didn't see many personal bests for the likes of the Paul Coders and the Jun Hong Ims that we're watching right now. So you got a Korean skater on the left side of your screen in the outer lane, which will finish off in the inner, and Coder in the inner, which will finish off in the outer. Opening 100 meter time for M is 10.03 and Coder 10.25. As they head down the backstretch, switching lanes. Coder will finish off in the outer lane. He's in the blue skin suit, and our Korean skater is in the tan suit. And they cross the line. Let's have a look. 35.89 for M, and Coder 36.46. for the Korean skater Jun Hong Im. That's a personal best, so he's going to be very happy with that time. What you're looking on the screen now is the second pairing in the inside lane. Although you see different names, it's Frank Roth in the inside lane and Anders Johnson on the outer lane. In the second pairing in the inside lane, Frank Roth from Alberta and Anders Johnson from British Columbia. Roth's opening time is a lightning fast 9.94. Johnson in at 10.15. They're ripping around this oval in this second pairing. Personal best 35.10 for Roth and 35.32 for Johnson. And let's have a look. Frank Roth comes in at 35.33 and Anders Johnson 35.58. We got our third pairing coming up in the inner lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Christopher Fiola. So that's the second pairing complete. I know you're looking at two different names right now. Paul Coder and Jun Hong Im completed their race in pairing number 1. And now pairing number 3 will be Joshua Tellison from British Columbia and Christopher Fiola from Quebec. And Joshua Tellison fell right off the start. Now that's really too bad for Joshua. I didn't see it as I was looking down at my start list. So it's going to be Christopher Fiola who will finish this race as a solo skater, and he's getting applause. Tellison's getting applause from the fans in the stand to know that he's okay. Christopher Fiola finishes his time in 34.93 time. 34.93 for Fiola. With Tellison falling, we're going to have a moment to do an ice check. Unfortunately, Tellison fell at the start, but finished his race and is putting on a little show for the fans. It's unfortunate. It does happen. We're now going to do an ice check. So that was Joshua Tellison and Christopher Fiola. Fiola finished his race. Tellison fell at the start, unfortunately, but still got up, finished the race, and basically signaled to his friends and family and other speed skating peers that he is just fine. Yeah, what you see on the ice now is the ice maintenance crew fixing the ice, and it's about safety. So what they're doing is they're using slush to smooth it over, and especially it's right on the start line too, as well as also coming out the final turn. So we know safety is of utmost importance, and we want the ice to be absolutely crystal smooth along the way. All right, it looks like we're ready to go. We now move to the fourth pairing of this 39 pairing 500-meter men's race in the inner lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. And from Romania, Cosmin Nedelia in the outer lane. So we're about to get started in the fourth pairing. I love the way Cosmin Nedelia starts. It's like a Will Dutton start. I call it a spider start, but maybe it's a three-prong start. And each starter will start a certain way in order for them to be very comfortable. Let's have a look at the opening time. Nedelia is in at a very quick time at 10.06 and Lacroix in at 10.45. Lacroix's personal best is 36.58 and Nedelia is in at 36.37. Let's see how they do as they round the final corner into the straightaway. I'll be looking at their personal bests as they cross the line. Very close skaters. Nedelia just edges out Lacroix. He comes in with a time of 36.51 and Lacroix in at 36.6. Lacroix just off his personal best. In the fifth pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, say hello to Chris Homestead. And also from Ontario in the outer lane, Ryan Gibson. If you've just joined us, this is a YouTube feed right from the timing deck at the Calgary Olympic Oval here in Calgary, Alberta. This is day 3 of the what they call the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. Over 150 skaters from about 7 or 8 different countries, primarily, of course, Canada, a half a dozen or so from the States. There's normally about 220, 230 skaters at this meet, but for obvious reasons, and I'll state them anyway, there's a pandemic on the planet, and that's while we coexist with it and start to refunction again, numbers are down all over the place, and but still 150 plus skaters, primarily I said from Canada, some from the US, and then we have one from Romania, Taipei, France, and I'm just trying, and Australia, I believe. So we had a false start here with Homestead and Gibson, the Battle of Ontario. Their personal bests are fairly close, 36.84 for Homestead, and Gibson in at 36.40. And they're off. This is good. Nice, clean start. Chris Homestead's opening time is 10.22. Ryan Gibson in at 10.9.95, which is the third fastest opener as they head down the backstretch for the final corner. Gibson will finish off in the inner lane, Homestead in the outer lane. These guys are very quick skaters. Gibson's going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 36.23, and that will be a personal best for Ryan Gibson. 36.40 was his PB, 36.23, and Homestead crossed line at 36.74. The next pairing, the sixth pairing from Alberta in the inner lane is Yang Kun Zhao. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Jalen Doan. So in the opening time for Jalen Doan is a 9.91. That is quick. That's second of the group. Yang Kun Zhao, who's having an excellent meet, in at 10.33. So Ryan Gibson gets a personal best here in the previous pairing, and I'm told that basically is his first year skating as a transfer athlete. He used to play hockey. More on that later. Crossing the line first is Jalen Doan at 36.02. He'll be happy with that time as that's a personal best. Yang Kun Zhao at 36.96, just off his PB that he set a couple days ago. The seventh pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Matthias Bathe. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Cody Miller. So that's an interesting tidbit for well, let's call it a fun fact for Ryan Gibson, who used to play hockey, transferred over to speed skating, and Greg Plenert was telling me this is basically his first year skating, and it was part of a financial institution's program, an RBC program actually, and look at the success he's having early on. So we're watching Matthias Bathe and Cody Miller. Cody Miller I had up here in the timing deck, and we had a good chat yesterday. Very knowledgeable young man, loves speed skating. University of Alberta graduate in engineering, and now going through for physiotherapy in the University of Calgary. Just loves speed skating. Miller is going to finish first, and he started in the outer lane. And let's give... Cody Miller crosses the line at 36.06, and he's going to be happy with that time. That'll be a personal best for him. Bathed in at 37.52. The next pairing is the 8th of 39 pairings in the inner lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. So Miller gets a personal best, and he's happy with that. Like I say, I had a very good conversation with him. He, like Simon Coots, our senior skaters out of Calgary, not only do they have a passion for racing, but they also have a passion as a student of the sport. They have fantasy pools going, like hockey pools, from people all over the world, and so very, very knowledgeable. A nice young man. It was great to talk to him. The opening time for Doyon is 10.46, Orlowski 10.37. The white armband would be Orlowski, but easy to tell because he's in the green suit, and Doyon is in the green suit, Orlowski in the black and the orange. And here are their times. Orlowski crosses the line at 37.08, Doyon at 37.40. We now move to the ninth pairing in the inner lane from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Craig Miller. Okay, I think I got Doyon and Orlowski mixed up in terms of their colors, but white armband on the inside lane, red armband on the outside lane, and also telling the skaters apart is also their skin suits. So this one's easy. You've got Joel Simpson in the yellow and black, and Craig Miller in the black and the orange. Joel Simpson is having a fantastic meet, and let's see what his opener is in the 100 meters. Simpson's opening time is 10.43, Craig Miller at 10.54. Joel set a personal best in the 1,000 and also in the 500, so he's having, like Yankun Zhao, he's having a very, very good meet. 37.22. 37.22 is what we'd want to see out of Joel or better. This is a very, very close race. Joel Simpson crosses the line at 37.51 and Craig Miller at 37.17. That's a personal best for Craig Miller. Congratulations. We now move to the 10th pairing. In the inside lane from Russia, Denise Belenin. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. So we have a Russian skater, Denise Belenin. In the inside lane, white armband. Both are wearing blue skin suits. Belenin's got the sort of the yellow strip around the hoodie of his skin suit. Hobbs Holzer is basically blue and black with the red armband. Belenin's having also another very, very good meet, and he just recently immigrated to Canada to develop his speed skating skills. Holzer's opening time is 10.78. Belenin in at 10.79. So we'll have Belenin finish off in the outer lane, or sorry, I should say the inside lane. So who's going to cross first? We'll have actually Hobbs Holzer. Holzer crosses the line at a time of 37.06 and Belenin in at 38.53, and that's a personal best for Belenin. We now move to the 11th pairing. In the inside lane from the United States of America, Augie Herman. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Simon Coots. This should be a very interesting race. Augie Herman looks like, at least all arrows are pointing to him representing his country in the Junior World Championships at the end of January in Innsbruck, Austria. Simon Coots is a veteran speed skater from Manitoba, has been out here for 6 years. And I had a chance to interview Simon. I'll talk about that in a moment. So the opening 100-meter times for Herman is 10.51. Simon Coots in at 10.68. Simon's been a speed skater for about 15 years or so. He's skating with that long, long beard that he started a year ago, and I'm told on November 23rd he's going to clip that off. But I've got to wonder openly if that actually does slow him down. But here they come, crossing the finish line. Simon Coots' time, 37.66. That'll be a season's best for Simon, and Augie Herman at 37:46. That looks like a personal best for Augie Herman here in Canada. Congratulations. In the 12th pairing of 39 in the inside lane from Ontario, Emil Hodzak, center. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. So Augie Herman, if you're listening from the States and watching as well, congratulations to Augie. According to my numbers anyway, he's edged out his PB, his earlier PB, and has got a new one today right here in Canada. Now you're seeing Hodzak Santer in the inside lane in the orange and black skin suit and Witowski in the blue. Call it Ontario versus Alberta. The opening time for Witowski is 10.36. Hodzak Santer, 10.50. As they head down the straightaway, they've crossed into the opposite lanes. Hodzak Santer will finish off in the outer, Witowski in the inner. Witowski crosses the line first at a time of 37:59. And Hodzak Santer, 37:71. That'll be a personal best for Emil Hodzak Santer. Congratulations. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Matthew Somm. Bon Lo from Saskatchewan with the white armband in the inside lane, and Matthew Somm from the USA. Matthew is part of a group that's come up from the States, about 6 or 7 skaters, along with Bonnie Blair, who's, I guess, a surrogate coach for Dave Cruikshank, which is her husband, and I'll talk more about that as the day goes on. Dave was unable to make it up into Canada, but is communicating with Bonnie all day long, but not only in training, but also for their athletes as well. So Bonnie's got a bit of help. Yes, I'm referring to the legendary Bonnie Blair getting help. Yes. Well, we almost saw Somm fall there on that turn. Bon Lo crosses the line at a time of 38.23, just off his personal best. Matthew Somm at 38.63, and that'll be a personal best for Matthew Somm. We now move to the 14th pairing of 39 pairings in the inside lane from the USA, Austin Carlson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. Well, that was an interesting pairing. Matthew Somm almost fell on the final corner, but managed to hold his balance and finish off with a personal best. So good job for Matthew Somm, and I'm sure he'll work out those kinks with his coach as the season unfolds. Carlson's opening 100 meters, 10.51. Farquharson in at 10.53. So 38.58 would be Austin Carlson's personal best. Farquharson in at 38.7. Let's see if these two gentlemen can get close, if not best, their personal best. Here they come down the straightaway. Very close race. Crossing the line first is Jared Farquharson from Saskatchewan at a time of 38.06. He's going to be very happy with that time, as that's a new PB for Jared. Austin Carlson crossed the line at 38.15, and he'll be happy with that as well, as that's a new PB. Now moving to pairing number 15 from Manitoba in the inner lane, Ethan Vandenberg. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. Well, that's terrific. We've got two PBs falling here with Austin Carlson from the States and Jared Farquharson from Alberta. So that's terrific. Congratulations, gentlemen. Ethan Vandenberg in this race is on the right. His love is biking, and when he's not biking, we can get him out on speed skating, and incredible shape. And with more skating, this young man can post some very, very low times. He's doing very well as it is. Daniel Pauly from Saskatchewan is part of the Oval program, has moved from Saskatoon. He's one of 4 skaters out here. You can see get a bit of a draft. Take Pauly off Ethan Berg down the backstretch as they get encouragement from their coaches. But their opening times, Pauly in at 10.45. Again, he's part of the Oval program. And Vandenberg in at 10.87. Let's see how they do with respect to their personal bests. Daniel Pauly crosses the line at 38.10, and he'll be very happy with that time, as that's a personal best for Pauly. And Vandenberg in at 38.62 and edges out his personal best by 10/100ths of a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, pairing number 15, back-to-back PBs. Congratulations, gentlemen. We now move to the 16th pairing of 39 pairings. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin. So Vandenberg from Manitoba and Pauly from Saskatchewan, both personal bests. I think Ethan's been out here for a couple weeks. He skated in a meet a week ago just to get tuned up for this meet. I guess they're not biking in the winter, and that's good for us in the speed skating world. Maybe not so good in the bikers world, but we're glad to have Ethan on skates. And hello to his family back in Manitoba. Opening time for Veman is 10.69, Toblin at 10.85. 39.22 is Veman's PB, and Toblin is 38.71 as they head down the backstretch. Let's see how they do. A very close race here, pushing each other. Toblin crosses the line at 39 even, and Veman in at 39.04. Veman will be happy with that time, as that's a PB for Luca Veman. Congratulations. We now move to the 17th pairing in the inside lane in the Battle of Saskatchewan. Say hello to Liam Dallaire. And in the outer lane, say hello to Keegan Waddington. So Liam Dallaire and Keegan Waddington, along with Daniel Pauly and Bon Lowe, they're from Saskatchewan. I think they're all from Saskatoon, actually. They've all moved into Calgary to be part of the Oval program. And great representation for Saskatchewan. You can see Waddington's opening time of 10.7 and Dallaire's in at 11.10. Saskatchewan brought out about 15 skaters for this past week in a camp that they've been doing for a number of years. And I'll speak more about that as the day goes on. So coming down the backstretch, you see Waddington, who's going to cross the line first. Waddington crosses the line at a time of, I take that back, Dallaire crosses the line at a time of, Waddington crosses the line at 38.94. I was right the first time. Dallaire in at 39.47. Let's move to pairing number 18 in the inside lane from the United States of America, Andrew Love. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. So I got a little bit tongue-tied with respect to pairing number 17. So Waddington's personal best was 39.06. He came in at 38.94. That's a personal best for Waddington. Liam Dallaire crosses the line at 39.47, and he's just off his personal best by about 11/100ths of a second. So now I got that right for you out there in YouTube feed land. We got Andrew Love in the inside lane, sporting the new American skin suit outfits, pink and a shade of pink and gray and black, sharp looking. And Ryan Kulbacki from Manitoba on the left, who's a short track speed skater first, long track speed skater second. But at this stage of their speed skating careers, they tend to do both. And the starters wanted those racers to be still And there they go. Ryan Kulbaki's opening 100 meters is 10.91. Andrew Love in at 10.92. So Kulbaki, who started in the outer lane, will finish off in the inside lane. 39.51 is his personal best. Ryan Kulbaki crosses the line at a time of 38.94. He'll be happy with that time. He takes a full half second off his personal best. Congratulations. Andrew Love crosses the line at 39.61. And Andrew, you are 5/100ths of a second off your PB. Great race, great outfit. We now move to the 19th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Hoheim. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. So Kulbaki set a personal best on Friday with his 500 meters and then did it again with the 500 meters today. So that's terrific for Ryan, and we hope to see that from a lot of skaters today as well. It gets tougher and tougher as those times get lower, but let's get them lower early, and then they can go from there. As you see, the two skaters, Hoheim and English, go down the backstretch getting encouragement from their coaches. Tim Comfort from Saskatchewan is the Saskatchewan coach. Crossing the line first is Fergus English at a time of 39.42. He'll be happy with that time. He beat his personal best, so congratulations, Fergus. Eric Hoheim in at a time of 39.74, and that's also another PB. We now move to the 20th pairing. In the inside lane from the United States of America, Alan Sy. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. So both Fergus English and Eric Hoheim in the pairing before got personal bests. They're dropping like flies, and that's what they want. This is primarily a developmental meet. We have some seniors involved. Most of the World Cup skaters are competing in the World Cup. What I mean by that is the country's best long track skaters. And they're well into their 20s and 30s, some in their early 20s, but they're representing their respective countries, and that's what they're doing in Norway this weekend. Now that that's over, they're coming home to take a week rest and then head off to Salt Lake City and then Calgary. So we got Buchwald, which will finish off in the outer lane. His best time is 39.79. Let's see how he does. Adam Buchwald crosses the line at 39.36, and he'll be very happy with that time as he's achieved another personal best, one on Friday and now today. 40.06 for Alan Sy, and he also achieves another personal best. So the personal bests, ladies and gentlemen, are dropping like flies. This is excellent. We now move to the 21st pairing of 39 pairings in the inside lane, the Battle of Alberta. Say hello to Matthew Medlicott. And also from Alberta in the outer lane, Danielle Hall. So Buchwald and Sy, and it's pronounced Sy, it's actually spelled T-S-A-I. It's Sy, but with a little bit of Z in front of it. Did I get that right, my American friends? It's Alan Sy, and he got a PB as well as Adam Buchwald. Adam is from Manitoba, and he primarily skates short track. But again, as I mentioned earlier, at this stage of their speed skating careers, while they're branching off into either short track or long track, one particular discipline, cross-training with both is also recommended and a good idea, and that's what they're doing. And Kulbaki from Manitoba and Buchwald from Manitoba, that's what they're here for. Other than the fact that they just simply love to compete as well. So two Alberta skaters with the white armband, Matthew Medlicott. He'll finish off in the outer lane, and Daniel Hall, who's a sister, is brother to Laura Hall. So Laura Hall and Daniel Hall are brother and sister. Mike Hall, the father, and who coaches Laura, I believe. And she looks like she's going to be representing, potentially representing Canada in the World Juniors. She's at the tail end of her junior age class. And that's coming up. Those qualifiers are coming up in Quebec between Christmas and New Year's. Crossing the line first is Matthew Medlicott, and Medlicott crosses the line at 39.42. Daniel Hall across the line at 40.76. We now move to the 22nd pairing, and in the inside lane from the United States of America, say hello to Caden Barber. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. So no personal best from Medlicott or Hall. That would be the first sort of pairings in the last four. It happens. But it's always, that's what these skaters live for, is personal bests. And that's why I'm spending time giving you these times and giving it the airtime, basically giving it the airtime that I am. Caden Barber crosses his 100 meters as an opener of 10.94. Gilbert in at 11.24. This might be Caden Barber's first time to Canada, but it's definitely his first time to the Oval. And for any skaters who have never been to the Calgary Oval to skate for the first time, it can be intimidating. It is a grandiose facility with lots of memories attached to it. Crossing the line first is Brock Gilbert at 40.51, and Caden Barber crossing the line at 40.80. We now move to the 23rd pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Phoenix Bauma, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. Caden Barber is one of about 6 or 7 American athletes have come up with their parents and coaches. Well, coach, I guess, and Bonnie Blair, Dave Cruikshank, Bonnie Blair in the house and assisting Dave Cruikshank, who is back home, who was unable to make the trip. And Bonnie has also, I think, a parent assisting her as well. So we are turning our attention back to the screen. If you've just joined us, we're in the 500-meter men's race here in Calgary, Alberta at the CanAm International. This is a 23rd pairing of 39 pairings. You're watching Phoenix Bauma from Ontario and Ben Rutledge from Manitoba. Bauma's opening time is 11.21. Rutledge in at 11.35. We had a lot of personal best in the back half of the racers on Friday, and we're seeing that again today. A lot more personal bests as well, and some back-to-back personal bests. So it tells me that the skaters are fit, and they're looking to get personal bests at every opportunity. Let's see how these skaters do. Crossing the line first is Ben Rutledge with a time of 40.07. He'll be happy with that time by besting his personal best by 22/100ths of a second. And Phoenix Bauman crossed the line at 41.98. In the 24th pairing, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. Greg Plenert was telling me that Ryan Gibson is a crossover athlete from hockey. This is basically his first year skating. So whoever's been coaching him is assisting him to work out the hockey stride and replace it with a speed skating stride, even though the mechanics are very similar, as Bonnie Blair has shared with us yesterday in my interview, when we had a chat yesterday in my interview. And so is Ben Rutledge. And he's been achieving personal bests, and he's basically fallen in love with the sport of speed skating, and so he's out competing at every opportunity. Now we turn our attention to the screen. We got Ian McPeak from Manitoba, and Joshua Sutherland from Ontario. McPeak is going to finish off in the outer lane. Let's see how he does with respect to his PB. Crossing the line first is Ian McPeak at a time of 39:31. He'll be happy with that time. That's also another personal best for Ian, and Joshua Sutherland crosses the line at a time of 42:33. We now move to pairing at number 25 in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Makashu. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. So McPeak, another Manitoban, achieving another personal best. Sutherland just slightly off his. So we're now looking at the 25th pairing. There's a lot of pairings this morning. There's 39 of them. If you happen to be keeping track at home, we're watching Oscar Stack Makashu from Saskatchewan and Aaron Reel from Manitoba. Makashu is in the Mr. Canada outfit, it looks like. It may not be Canada Day, but officially, but it sure feels like it with him wearing that outfit. It's a sharp-looking outfit for sure. Reel's opening 100 meters at 11.13. Makashu in at 11.56. Down the backstretch they go. Here comes Reel. Fairly close race. He's going to cross the line first, and it does so at a time of 40.96, and he'll be happy with that time because that's a personal best. Stack Makashu crosses the line at 41:54 and just off his personal best by 1/100th of a second. We now move to the 26th pairing of 39 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta. Sail out to Jack Hansen. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Owen Hack. So Aaron Reel will be happy with that time. His earlier PB was 41:75. He's almost 80/100ths of a second off his personal best. So that's a very good gap down in time. So congratulations, Aaron Reel. On the screen now in this race, you're looking at Jack Hansen on the right, Owen Hack on the left. I've mentioned before, Owen Hack can lay down some pretty low times. He's from Manitoba, now living in Calgary and going to school and working. Here comes Hack as he heads into the inner lane to finish off the backstretch of his race. Owen Hack's opener is 10.71, Hansen in 11.47. Hack is going to cross the line first, and Hack does so at a time of 38.30. Hansen will cross the line at a time of 41.30. Jack Hansen will achieve the personal best. He'll be very happy with that race. Let's now move to the 27th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, sail out to Dino Alaz. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Caleb Makowski. Jack Hansen and Owen Hack were in the pairing before, pairing number 26. Jack Hansen achieved a personal best. Congratulations, Jack, from British Columbia. We now turn our attention to the screen. Dino Alaz and Caleb Makowski. Alaz is from Alberta, or representing Alberta, and Makowski with his family in tow representing Saskatchewan. Alaz's opening time is 11.26. Makowski in at 11.32. So in terms of personal best, I'll be looking at 41.33 for Alaz and Makowski at 42.68. Looks like it's going to be a close finish. Let's see how they do. Crossing the line first is Caleb Makowski with a time of 41.84. He'll be very happy with that time as he took 3/4 of a second off his original personal best. Congratulations, Caleb, for a personal best, and Dino Alaz at 42.33, and that ties his personal best. We move to pairing number 28 in the inside lane from Saskatchewan. Leah McKegg. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. So we are into the 28th pairing of 39 pairings. And we've got Liam McKegg and Riley Vandenberg. Riley Vandenberg has fallen into the cushions on the first corner. And so Liam McKegg is going to finish the race solo. The way I can tell from my vantage point anyway, Riley hopefully is okay or looked okay the way he went into the cushions. And Liam McKegg finishes the race solo at 41:50, and McKegg will be happy with that time because he achieved a personal best. Riley unfortunately fell, and here he comes crossing the line now, so that's a sign that he is okay. So congratulations, Riley, for being okay from that fall. Liam McKegg, 41:50 for his time. We may have an ice check. Looks like we'll have an ice check here. So Leslie Cassidy has put the current standings on the screen for me. The top 8, Christopher Fiola at 34:93. Those are some very low times. Frank Roth, 35:33. Anders Johnson, 35:58. And our Korean skater, Jun Hong M, at 35:89. We've just completed 28 pairings. We're going to move into the 29th pairing. So while you're looking on that screen, I'm playing the Jeopardy theme in the background as they are repairing the ice right now, or at least checking it over. Let's talk a little bit about the World Cup, at least the 500 meter races, both Division B and Division A. Canada had representation in both the B and the A, in the men's and the women's. So big congratulations go out to Gilmore Junio, Alex Boisvert, Lacroix, and Jacob Graham. Gilmore and Alex were 5th and 6th. Jacob a little farther down the list, but they had representation in the 500B. Laurent Debray was a silver medalist today, was a gold medalist yesterday. So he's having an excellent World Cup right now. In the women's side, Brooklyn McDougall got gold in the 500 meter women's B division. Kaylin Irvin was 6th in the B side. And on the A side, Heather McLean and Marcia Hudy were 15th and 16th, respectively. And I hear the whistle from the starter, so I think we can move the camera over to the 500 meter start line. In the 29th pairing of 39 pairings, in the inside lane, representing Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And in the outer lane, from the United States of America, Zachary Jensen. In the U.S., they had Cooper McLean was 18th in the 500B division, 500 meter B division. No placings in the 500A side, but on the women's side, Brianna Bocox had a good race for the Americans, and Erin Jackson, who's having a stellar World Cup and just all-around great speed skating season, she got 2nd, so the silver medal in the 500 meter A division over in Norway. And Kimmy Getz, she was 13th in the 500 meters as well. So representation for both the Americans and the Canadians. Canadians did well. So congratulations to Laurent Debray for the silver medalist today and a gold medalist yesterday. Okay, we're off and running in the 29th pairing. Braden Kremenek from Alberta, Zachary Jensen from the U.S. Kremenek's opening 100 meters, 11.15. Jensen at 11.99. Okay, crossing the line first, we have Braden Kremenek at a time of 41.47 and Zachary Jensen in at 43.35. In the 30th pairing, we had two scratches, Christopher Veman and Gillen Gowd. Neither of these racers will be skating, so they'll be DNS'd, so we will move to pairing number 31. If you're looking on the screen on the YouTube or live here at the 500-meter start line, we're pairing 31. And in the inside lane from Alberta, Merrick Choman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. I talked to Chris Veman earlier this morning, and he walked up to me and said, "You know, Bieber, you're not going to be happy with me. I'm scratching." And I said, "Why are you scratching?" He's the father of Luca and Mika Veman, and he said, "I am so sore from Friday skate." He's a master skater, but he said, "You know what? For my fans," he says, "I think I'm going to do the 1500 meter." So I hope he does. Good luck to him. So the opening time for Merrick Choman is 11:54. Mitchell 11:55. Very evenly matched skaters. Here they come down the stretch. Crossing the line first is Merrick Choman at a time of 42.44. He'll be happy with that time. And Mitchell at 42.42. And I got to check to see where that stacks up in his speed skating career. We now move to the 32nd pairing. In the inside lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. And from Alberta, in the outer lane, Zachary Edelman. So I believe that's also a personal best for Matthew Mitchell. In fact, I'm going to go on record as saying it is. So Merrick Choman and Matthew Mitchell. Choman from Alberta, Mitchell from British Columbia. Congratulations on personal bests. We now move to Erica Kulbacki from Manitoba and Zachary Edelman from Alberta. And both of these skaters had personal bests on Friday. And it gets tougher and tougher to get them. But let's see if they can get down their times even a bit lower than what they did a couple of days ago. Edelman crosses the line first and does so at a time of 42.18. He's going to be very happy with that time because he took over almost 1 3/4 seconds off that off his original personal best. 42.18 for Edelman, personal best. And Kulbacki crosses the line. I'll get back to that in a moment. So let's go to pairing number 33. In the inside lane, Battle of British Columbia. Say hello to Benjamin Conwicki. And in the outer lane, welcome Matthias Daniels. So Eric Kulbacki, I didn't react quick enough. Crossed the line at a time of 44:25. He had a personal best on Friday of 44:07, so he did not achieve a personal best there. So Eric Kulbacki crossed the line at 44:25, missed his personal best by about a quarter of a second, but Zachary Edelman with a PB. We now turn our attention to this race. Konwicki's opening 100 meters at 11:96, and Daniels at 12.19. Here comes Konwicki and Daniels down the backstretch. Konwicki is going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 43:75. He'll be pleased with that because that is a personal best. And Mateus Daniels at 44:82. And he should also be pleased with that because that's another personal best. We now turn our attention to the 34th pairing of 39 today in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. So a big shout out to Benjamin Konwicki and Mateus Daniels for their personal bests. Again, actually. So we're having, for a lot of these skaters, they haven't raced for almost 2 years. And so they're 2 years older, 2 years stronger. And obviously we're seeing that their personal bests from 2 years ago are getting crushed. And now, I hate to give them the bad news, but it's going to get tougher and tougher as they get better and better. But that keeps these kids coming back. Here comes Williams down the straightaway. Looks like he's going to cross the line first, and he does so in a time of 43:44. He should be happy with that. That's a new personal best for Max Williams. Wessling crosses the line at a time of 45:59 and just off his PB by 0.21 of a second. We now move to pairing number 35 in the inner lane from Australia, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Black. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Andre Rasmus. So we've had a couple of master skaters so far, or well, I should say this is the second of two. Andrew Love would be around 50 years old. He's wearing the American outfit with a pink and shades of gray and black. And also Robert Black from Australia is a master. And Andre Rasmus is not a master. And I'm referring to age, of course. And there you see Andre Rasmus from Alberta heading down the backstretch, and he'll finish off in the inside lane, well ahead of Robert Black, but that just goes with the territory because of the age difference. But good on Robert Black and all the other skaters who are continually to skate no matter how old they are. Crossing the line first is Andre Erasmus at a time of 37:52. And Andre Erasmus, you should be happy with that time because that is a personal best. Congratulations. And Robert Black crosses the line at a time of 45.80. We now move to the 36th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Mikko Veeman. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi. So another personal best is falling. I bet you if I counted them up, I would bet you 60% of the skaters are achieving personal bests. And you know what? With the November meet, and haven't skated, not many of these skaters haven't skated competitively a lot in the last 2 years for obvious reasons. We should see their personal best come down. Of course, you know, and I know it gets harder and harder as they get better and better. So we got Mikko Veeman brother of Luca Veman and the son of Chris Veman. So the Veman family, very much a speed skating family out of Saskatchewan, and I'll give a big shout out hello to them. And let's hope Chris, the father, races a 1500, even though he says it's a bit hard to walk these days and to recover from the Friday races. So here comes Angel Ozzie crossing the line first. Angel Ozzie crosses the line at a time of 44:31. He'll be happy with that time. That's a personal best by at least 6 seconds. Congratulations, Eric. And Mikko Veman crossed the line at 45:79, and that's another personal best for Mikko. We now move to the 37th pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Isaac Emblem. And from Alberta in the outer lane, Evan Boyce. So a couple of personal bests from that previous pairing. Are you getting tired of me telling you that out there in the YouTube feed land? I don't have any problem continuing to share that information because that means the skaters are getting better and better. So Isaac Emblem from Ontario, Evan Boyce from Alberta. They're getting their encouragement from their coaches as they head down the backstretch. Finishing off in the inside lane will be Evan Boyce from Alberta. Let's see how they do as they come down the backstretch. Evan Boyce looks like he's going to cross the finish line first, and Boyce crosses the line at 43:07. He'll be very happy with that because guess what? That's a personal best, as it is for Isaac Emblem, 46:67. Isaac Emblem and Evan Boyce, congratulations on some PBs. We now move to the 38th pairing. I believe we might have one skater in this pairing. I'm taking a look at the screen. There we go. You're looking at Caleb Chan, and he hasn't yet had the whistle from the starters. Caleb is just waiting for the starters to give him the signal. You're looking at an empty 500-meter start line. Normally you have two skaters on that line. That's the Olympic style. You see in the background one of the paramedics. That's Naden Bash, and he's on a golf cart, and he's one of the two, Thomas Lee and Naden Bash. And I think that actually is Thomas Lee, and they are here just in case skaters get hurt. Well, it looks like we're doing an ice check right now, but in case a skater gets hurt, and of course we have healthcare professionals available to assist the skaters. All right, we're looking at one of the ice maintenance crews, and he's actually, that's not an ice maintenance crew. That's actually the chief referee. That's Dave Thompson. And so he's not happy about something. And so they're going to get out the canister of cold ice, and they are going to fix the ice, is what's going to happen. So let me take this moment while I play the Jeopardy theme in the background. I can't play that for you because the YouTube police might, maybe I shouldn't even have said that. But let me give a shout out to the coaches, that at least the names that I know that are here. Alberta has got Mike Ireland and Shannon Rempel and Christina Lazarescu. So these three coaches are coaching the Alberta skaters. They're all at different levels. Saskatchewan, we've got Tim Comfort. He's the provincial coach. And Keegan Christ, assisted by Chris Veman. So you can see that Callie Christ is Keegan's sister. She races. Chris Veman is the father of Luca and Mika. Keegan Christ was a short tracker, and he was on the national development team. I think he spent about 7 years in Calgary and about 2 years in Montreal before he hung up his blades, and now is giving back to the sport, as so many athletes do. And I think of Mike Ireland and Shannon Rempel, Tim Comfort as well. And so a big shout out to Saskatchewan because they had a camp of kids, 15 kids that came here. They've been doing this for probably close to 20 years. It used to be a camp sponsored by the actual Oval, but as each of the provinces got their own individual coaches, they now, some branched off and have their own camps. And so Saskatchewan continually brings out 15 kids, and I'll talk more about that later. Let's get back to business. Now that the ice is fixed and is okay by referee Dave Thompson, let's introduce our second last pairing. We have one skater in the inside lane. Give it up from Alberta, Caleb Chan. And we're off and running. This is the second last pairing. Caleb Chan will, once his race is done, we'll have the legendary Bill Blonsky up to finish off this 500-meter men's race, 39 pairings in total. Chan's opening time is 11.84. Caleb Chan's opening time is 11.84. His personal best is 51.36. Let's give Caleb some encouragement. Let's hope he betters that time. It's hard to skate by yourself. You want another. Every skater will tell you they want another skater alongside you in Olympic-style speed skating because it'll push you to skate even faster. Here comes Caleb Chan down the backstretch. He crosses the line at a time of 45.65, and he obliterates his personal best. Caleb Chan, congratulations on a personal best. Well done. So another personal best falls. Here is the final pairing of 39 pairings. A couple of legends on the start line. Let me introduce them. Both from Alberta in the inside lane. Say hello to Bill Blonsky. And in the outer lane, no stranger to speed skating, Werner Meyer. Good luck, gentlemen. So, if you've just joined us, we're finishing off the final pairing of the 500-meter men's here in Calgary, Sundays, November 21st. It's a long track speed skating competition. You're watching a couple legends on the ice. Bill Blonsky's on the right. Werner Meyer is on the left. So let me tell you their stories if you don't already know them. Bill Blonsky was in an accident many years ago, and part of his recovery and functionality is speed skating. This is what he lives for. He would be proud to wear that Canadian suit that he's wearing right now. I'm going to probably throw on some music for him as he rounds the turn. Werner Meyer is no stranger to this sport. He's skated for years, but he is also a referee. So I'm going to put on some Rocky music for these guys as they round the final turn to the backstretch. You won't be able to hear it, unfortunately. Here we go. Down the backstretch they go. Obviously, they love this sport. Well, that was a close race, ladies and gentlemen. Werner Meyer comes in at a time of 1:16.95. Blonsky in at a time of 1:17.12. And that does it. Christopher Fiola with the best time in the 500 meters at 34.93. Frank Roth, 35.33. And Anders Johnson, 35.58. And a score of personal bests that have fallen by the wayside. It's 11:04 here, Alberta time. The Zambonis are backing on to the 400-meter track. We are going to be back here at 11:20, 20 minutes after 11, basically 15 minutes from now to kick off the 500-meter women's here at the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. I'm going to book off the YouTube feed and come on just in time for the 500-meter women's races. I hope you're enjoying this morning's races. Talk to you soon. 3 minutes to start time. Welcome back to the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. It's 11:18 and 11:20. We're going to be starting off with the 500-meter women's race. There are 29 pairings in total. I'll introduce the first pairing in about a minute. We are now beginning the first pairing of the 500-meter men's, 500-meter women's races, 29 pairings in total. Let me introduce to you the first pairing. Both Manitoba skaters in the inside lane. Say hello to Lindsay Kent. And in the outer lane, Sophia Bieber. A couple of Manitoba skaters here at very different spots of their careers. Lindsay Kent's been out in Calgary for a number of years, part of the OVO program, and has had some terrific success. And Sophia Bieber is really just getting going. I'm not exactly sure how old Lindsay Kent is. She might be around 19 or 20. And Bieber is 16 years of age. So here we go. This is pairing number one. Kent versus Bieber, the Battle of Manitoba. Lindsay Kent's opening time is 11.61. Sophia Bieber at 11.72. Lindsay Kent has a personal best of 40.73. Bieber 41.76. Let's see how they do as they come down the straightaway. Lindsay Kent will cross the finish line first at a time of 40.89. Bieber at a time of 42.23. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin. And from the United States of America in the outer lane, Blair Cruikshank. So in the opening pairing, no personal best for Lindsay Kent, although she was very close. She was about 13/100ths of a second off her PB, and Bieber would be above her PB. But I think that might be a season's best for her. Close crossover between Victoria Goplin and Blair Cruikshank. Cruikshank started in the outer lane. We'll finish off in the inner lane. She's heading into the corner first. Victoria Goplin's personal best is 41.07. Blair Cruikshank in at 39.56. Let's see how they finish. Blair Cruikshank crosses the line first at a time of 40.58, and Goplin across the line at 41.46. We now move to the third pairing in these 29 pairings of the 500-meter women's race. In the inside lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from British Columbia as well, Carolina Hiller. Both of these skaters are exceptional skaters. Abigail McCluskey just came back last week from Poland, where she competed in the 3,000 meters of the World Cup. I'm not sure if she's heading back for Cup 3 or 4, but she's back in Canada and she's competing in this meet. So Abigail in the inside lane with the white armband. Carolina Hiller is having a very good meet. And her times have been coming down all season, actually. So we got McCluskey, who's now crossing over into the outer lane. Hiller is using that draft wisely, so that could help her here with her time. Her personal best is 38.82. McCluskey at 39.02. Let's see how they finish. The red armband is Carolina Hiller. The white is Abigail McCluskey. Crossing the line first is Carolina Hiller at a time of 38.90, just off her personal best. McCluskey, time of 39.42, just off her PB as well. We now move to the fourth pairing. From Romania, say hello to Bianca Stanica in the inside lane. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. Bianca Stanica is from Romania. Kirsten Hagen is from Alberta. Let's have a look at their opening times. 11:14 for Stanica and Kirsten Hagen at 12:06 as they head down the backstretch. Here comes Stanica down the backstretch. She's going to cross the line at a time of 40.11. She'll be happy with that time, as that is a personal best. Congratulations, Bianca. And Kirsten Hagen at a time of 42.48, and that's also a personal best for Hagen. Congratulations. We're now entering the fifth pairing in the inside lane from the United States of America, Georgia Birkeland. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. Now for my American friends that are listening, you noticed the pronunciation over the last couple days of Georgia Birkeland. I called her Georgie. That was on the advice of Katie Herman. I guess that's her nickname. She refers Georgie as her first name, but I had a good chat with her yesterday, and she actually likes the name Georgia as well, like the state of Georgia. So Georgie Birkeland, you are now Georgia Birkeland to me. So I place a premium on trying to get the names of the skaters correctly. It's sometimes very hard, and the only way I can really tell is if I actually go talk to some of the athletes. So I'll give you an example. So Bob Irvine, at least that's how it's spelled. Irvine, I-R-V-I-N-E, Irvine. You would think it's Bob Irvine. That's Kaylin Irvine, the sprinter for Canada. Kaylin Irvine on the Canadian national team. You would think it's Irvine. It's actually Irvin. I wouldn't have known that unless I talked to Bob over the weekend. I've been mispronouncing the Irvin family's name for 3 years, but not anymore. And no more for Georgia Birkeland or an easy name, Laura Hall. Here we go. Birkeland and Hall, two very prolific skaters on the rise here representing both countries. Hall's opening time is 11.98. Birkeland's at 11.90 as they round the final corner into the backstretch. 41.04 is Birkeland's personal best, 41.68 for Hall. Going to be a close finish. They're giving it their all. Birkeland is going to cross the line first. Birkeland does so at a time of 41.79. Hall at a time of 42.17. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inner lane from the United States of America, Ellie Fuchs. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sylvie Lloyd. In terms of names, if you take a look at the names on the board, on the screen, it looks like Ellie Fuchs, which is her name that she's most commonly referred to, looks like Ilana. And but you don't know how to pronounce the last name, but it is Fuchs, and it's Ellie Fuchs, and she's paired up with Sylvie Lloyd. So we have an American and a Canadian. That Canadian is from British Columbia. Ellie Fuchs' opening time is 11.19. Sylvie Lloyd is 11.57. Crossing the line first is Ellie Fuchs from the United States at a time of 41.84, and Sylvie Lloyd crossing the line at 41.43. Sylvie will be happy with that time, as that's a personal best as well. So we're into the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson, and in the outer lane from the United States of America, Gia Griffith. So we have a personal best. Sylvie Lloyd from British Columbia beats her personal best by 12/100ths of a second. Congratulations, Sylvie. You skaters live for personal best, and there you go. You got one. So we've got Molly Johnson from Alberta and Gia Griffith from the United States. Fairly evenly matched skaters. As they head down the backstretch, getting encouragement from their coaches. Finishing off in the outer lane will be Molly Johnson. And here they head down the backstretch. We'll be looking to see how they do with respect to their personal bests. Johnson crosses the finish line first at a time of 42.45. She'll be happy with that time. That's a new personal best. Congratulations, Molly. Gia Griffith crossed the line at 43.13, and that basically ties her season's best. We now move to the eighth pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And in the outer lane from Romania, Diana Andre Nastasic. We haven't had that many false starts today, which is great. Again, I make that comment, and I hope I don't jinx it. But we have Rachel Freitag in the inside lane, so white armband on the right side of your screen. And we have Diana Andre Nastasic from Romania on the outer lane with the red armband. You can hardly see the red armband. And by the way, we talked about it the last couple days. I may as well bring it up now. Armbands are now a piece of equipment, or a required piece of equipment for skaters in order to be eligible to be racing on the start line. No longer do they sit on a table where a volunteer or somebody helps them put on armbands. They have their own now. They were given to them. And then if they need more, they'll have to go buy them. And that's an ISU movement, not a rule, not a bulletin, but it started last year, and it's happening at the World Cup. Armbands are now an official piece of equipment in order to be eligible to race. No different than ankle guards. So we're looking at Rachel Freitag and Diana Andre Nastasic, and who is from Romania. And as they round the final corner into the straightaway, I'll go on the microphone inside the oval. Very close race. Crossing the line first is Freitag with a time, Nastache crosses the line first with a time of 42.84. She's going to be happy with that. Congratulations, Diana. And Rachel Freitag crosses the line at a time of 43.12. We now move to pairing number 9. In the inside lane, representing Manitoba, say hello to Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Mila Reben. Okay, we got Van Horn and Reben down the straightaway. And let's see how they do with respect to their personal best. Very close race. Crossing the line first is Skylar Van Horn at a time of 42.70. Mila Reben crossing the line at 42.87. Just both off their personal best, unfortunately. But a good race and a close race nonetheless. We now move to the 10th pairing in Battle of America. In the inside lane from the United States, Sydney Turpinen. And in the outer lane, also from the U.S., Ilsa Schob. Opening time for Turpinen is 11.8 and Schob at 11.94. So both are wearing the American outfits. So who is who when you look at the screen? Sydney Turpinen will have the white armband. She'll be on the left. And Ilsa Schob will be the right in the red armband. They're going to cross the line. Very close race. Crossing the line first is Sydney U. Turpinen at a time of 42.36. Just off her personal best by 2/100ths of a second, and Ilsa Schob at 42.50. We now move to the 11th pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Zoe Luters. And in the outer lane from Korea, Un She Ha. So we have an Albertan or a Canadian versus a Korean. Unfortunately, I don't have Unshe's times. I can't retrieve them off speedskatingresults.com. So I'll just have to announce her final time. Zoe Luters will be chasing her personal 42.93. There was far more personal race than it was the ladies. Crossing the line first is our Korean skater Un She-ha at a 42.68. Zoe Luters in at 42.76. We now move to the 12th pairing. The skaters look ready to go in the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. Opening times for Solly at 11:94, Cloutier at 12.35. Both of these ladies have had personal bests on Friday. Let's see how well they do, see if they can beat them today. Robin Solly is primarily a short track speed skater. Well, actually, he's been doing both quite a bit. Let's see how she does on the finish line here. Robin Solly crosses the line at a time of 43.24, and that is a personal best by 2/100ths of a second. Robin Solly, 43.24. Ella Cloutier at 43.83, and she'll be happy with that. Both get a personal best in that pairing. We now move to the 13th pairing. In the inside lane from the United States of America, say hello to Cynthia Jennings. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And we're off and running here. Cynthia Jennings and Serena Dallaire. In terms of their opening times, 11:99 for Cynthia Jennings, Serena Dallaire at a 12.38. Down the back stretch they go. It's looking fairly close between the two. Jennings looks like has the inside track. Jennings crosses the line first at a time of 43.42, and Serena Dallaire crosses the line at a time of 44.07. Dallaire should be happy with that time. I think that is a personal best for her. Moving to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. We have Allison Desmarais skating right now from British Columbia, and Claire Mallard from Ontario. In case you've just joined us, welcome to the YouTube feed from Calgary, Alberta. The Calgary Olympic Oval is where we're at, upstairs in the timing deck overlooking the oval. And this is the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition, and we are in the 14th pairing of 29 pairings in the 500-meter women's race. Crossing the line first is Claire Mallard at a time of 42.71. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. And Allison Demray at a time of 40.80, and she'll be happy with that time. Both personal bests for those skaters. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Germany, Nela Charlene Neumann. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. Could we have the men's skaters who are skating in the inside lane to move to the side and take a break, please? We just want the women's to be skating. So any men who are warming up in the inside lane, please head to the sidelines. Thank you. Back to the action. Nela Charlene Neumann from Germany and Lindsay Smart from Canada, the province of Manitoba. Neumann's personal best is 43.54 and Smart is 44.83. I believe both of these skaters achieved PBs back on Friday. So let's see if they can do this back to back. Here comes Neumann down the back stretch and Smart in the inner lane. Crossing the line first is Neumann with a time of 43.49, and that's a personal best for Nela Charlene Neumann. Lindsay Smart crossing the line at a time of 45.24, just off her personal best that she set on Friday. We now move to the 16th pairing in the inside lane. The Battle of Alberta. Say hello to Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane, Alina Manina. Two Alberta skaters are doing battle right now. We got Emma Langstrom and we've got Alina Manina. Langstrom is going to head out the corner in the outer lane, and she's in the white armband. She has a personal best time of 43.61. Let's see how she makes out. Langstrom crosses the line at a time of 43.60 and bests her time by 1/100th of a second. So that's a personal best for Emma Langstrom. Alina Manina, 45.72 is her time. We now move to the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And from Alberta in the outer lane, Camille Alford. This is the 17th pairing of 29 pairings in the 500-meter women's race. Once we're complete here, we'll take a break, and then we're going to be coming back later with the 1,500-meter men's race. Crossing the line first is Alex Anika with a time of 43:77, and that is a personal best for Alexa. And Camille Alford crossed the line at 45:12, and that's also a personal best for her as well. We now move to the 18th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia. Say hello to Brooke Braun. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Gracie Reynoldson. Brooke Braun and Gracie Reynoldson are racing in this 18th pairing. Crossing the line first is Brooke Braun at a time of 44:76, and Gracie Reynoldson at a time of 47:28. We now move to the 19th pairing. From Alberta in the inside lane, Tatiana Delvigue. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, CanAm Friesen. If you're wondering why there's a little bit of silence on the YouTube feed, I am scurrying to get the personal best for a lot of these skaters at the back half of the women's pairings. I may not have them all down. Basically, I have them provided for me, and then they're also on speedskatingresults.com. But then I have to improvise a little bit, and I'll explain in a moment as we finish off this race with Delvigue and Friesen. Crossing the line first is CanAm Friesen at a time of 43.66. And that'll be a personal best for CanAm. Tatiana Delvigue crossed the line at 44:72, and that's also a personal best for Tatiana. So Tatiana and CanAm, congratulations. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. So I'm supplied with the personal and season best times, and then if I need any extra, I go to speedskatingresults.com. However, when times change, and they often do during a meet, speedskatingresults.com is not updated, so I'm back and forth with the Calgary Oval website, the Speed Skating Results website, and the information that I'm provided up in the timing deck. So sometimes I'm unable to get the times, and it might be the case for a few as we head to the final pairings of the 500 meters. But I'm doing what I can for the families and friends that are watching here at the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition, where we've just had a false start. Actually, Sophia Dvorak and Elizabeth Smith. So let's hope they hold still. And they did, and we have a successful second start to this race. This race being the 20th pairing of 29. Down the back stretch they go. Dvorak crosses the line first, and her 500-meter time is at 45:52. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best by my information, and Elizabeth Smith crossed the line at 48 seconds even. That will be a PB for her as well. So pairing number 20, personal bests. We now move to pairing number 21 from British Columbia in the inside lane wearing the white armband, Sydney Benny. And in the outer lane from Alberta wearing the red armband, Heidi Beck. Sydney Benny and Heidi Beck. Sydney Benny is representing British Columbia and Heidi Beck from Alberta. You can see the coaches helping out and encouraging their skaters. They're very early in their development, so you see the coaches swinging their arms back and forth, and they're basically instructing their skaters to do the same. So starting off in the inside lane with Sydney Benny, she's going to finish in the outer, and she's going to do so first. Benny crosses the line at 45 seconds even. Heidi Beck crosses the line at a time of 48:96. That is a personal best for Heidi Beck. Congratulations. We now move to pairing number 22 in the inside lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Greer Kello. I was mentioning earlier that Saskatchewan brought about 15 kids, which is something they've done to Alberta, to part of a camp, a week-long camp. And it's interesting. This camp, while a week long, contained a number of components to it. Nutrition, they were taught a nutrition, dryland training, of course, the on-ice training. Here comes Maya Kemp and Greer Kello in this pairing. This is pairing number 22. But also Tim Comfort and the coach, Keegan Christ, had the kids do homework as well. So there were quiet times. So even though this was a camp, it involved education as well. So nutrition, dryland training, on-ice training, and homework. And they've been doing this now for a number of years. It started out as an oval program and then splintered off into camps run by provinces using the oval facility. Here comes Maya Kemp down the stretch. Maya Kemp crosses the line at a time of 45:54. And Greer Kello crosses the line at a time of 50.29. Kello ties her personal best she achieved on Friday. We now move to pairing number 23 in the inside lane from British Columbia. Say hello to Hannah North. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Molly Morris. Hannah North's opening time is 12.73. Molly Morrison at 13:02. As these skaters head down the backstretch, we noticed somebody fell near the start in the inside lane, so looks like we might have to pause after this race just to do an ice check. for safety reasons. So Hannah North started in the inside lane. She'll finish in the outer lane. She's going to do so ahead of Molly Morris, and let's see how she books in the time. So Hannah North crosses the line at 47.03. That is her time. Molly Morrison at 50.62. That should be a personal best for Molly Morris. We're now moving to the 24th pairing. I'm seeing one skater on my screen, which that you would see. Is there a second skater? Introducing this skater then in 24th pairing, a single skater in the outer lane representing Alberta, Isabel Champagne. And we have a second skater. And let me introduce this skater. From Manitoba in the inside lane, Antonia Villa. So a big kudos go out to the Saskatchewan camp and organization and provincial team, 15 kids. A number of them were under the age of 12. So that's pretty impressive because you're developing more and more speed skaters in a sport that, as Bonnie Blair said, is concerned about its long-term participation. So congratulations to the Saskatchewan contingent, skaters from Saskatoon and Regina, here for a week-long program, learning nutrition, dry land, on-ice training, and, of course, still getting their education at the same time. Congratulations, Tim Comfort and Keegan Christ, and along that way, Chris Veman, rather. Antonio Villa and Isabel Champagne are the two skaters you're watching on the YouTube feed right now. Champagne has come out of the corner first in the inside lane. Let's see how the skaters do in terms of the final time. Champagne's time is 45:33. That should be a personal best for her. Villa's time, a time of 46:79, and that bests her personal time by 3/100ths of a second. It almost looked like Antonia Villa almost didn't make the race, and but it looked like from the starter's perspective she was getting ready, and so it was great to have both of them be part of that race. We now move to the 25th pairing of 29 pairings, and this pairing from the inside lane, skating in the inside lane from Manitoba, say hello to Rachel Spritzens, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Rasmus. So we have Rachel Spritzens from Manitoba, Isabella Rasmus, representing Alberta. Spritzens' personal best time would be 46:80. She'll want to definitely beat that time, as Isabel 49:24. So let's see how they make out as they head down the backstretch and cross the finish line. Rachel Spritzens' time is 46:89. Isabel's time 47:92. That'll be a personal best for Isabel Erasmus. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia. Say hello to Kala Hoheim. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Eloise Spence. Day 3 of the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition here in Calgary, Alberta. If you're on the YouTube feed, you could be watching from anywhere on the world. And we're happy to have you. We're happy to fill the airspace to make what you're watching a little more exciting. Kala Hoheim's time is 48.56. That will be a personal best for her. And Eloise Spence, 48.96, another personal best. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. So many of these early development skaters achieved personal bests on Friday, and they're doing so again today, which is a great experience for these skaters. I've talked about it earlier. They haven't skated really competitively in a facility like this for almost 2 years. So 2 years older, 2 years stronger, and working on their technique over those couple of years. And they're still very, very early. Many of these skaters are anywhere from ages 12, 13, all the way up to maybe 16 early on. So good on them to do so. You're watching Denise Wessling, and she's from Alberta, and Cheyenne Key, who's from British Columbia. Wessling and Key rounding the final corner. In the red armband will be Key. She is going to cross the line first. Cheyenne Key crosses the line at a time of 48.53. She'll be happy with that time. That's a personal best. And Denise Wessling crosses the line at 50.67, just off her personal best. We move to the second last pairing of the 500-meter women's race here at the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. And in the inside lane in this pairing from Saskatchewan, Julia Smith. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Talia Halperin. So I've talked a little bit about Saskatchewan and their coaches. So that's that is something I wanted to share with you, and I'd learned in talking to Keegan Christ and Rob Makowski, one of the dads, and I've talked to and met Chris Veman. In Manitoba, we've got Will Dutton, our provincial team coach, who used to be a world-class speed skater, and Scott Van Horn is out here, a speed skating dad, but also assisting Will. And I'll speak more about the Manitoba contingent at the next opportunity, perhaps when the 1500s happen. Here, let's look at Julia Smith and Talia Halperin come into the final portion of their race. So crossing the line first is Julia Smith at a time of 50.76. And Talia Halperin at 51.87. We now move to the final race of the final pairing of the 500-meter women's race in the 29th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Elise Perpreach. Margaret Breedlove and Elise Paprich, both from Alberta. This is the 29th and last pairing. Crossing the finish line first is Elise Paprich, and she does so at a time of 46:48. Margaret Breedlove at 55:12. So Breedlove will be happy with that time because that is a personal best for Margaret, and Elise Paprich, that's a personal best for her too at 46:48. She bests her time by a good half second. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the YouTube feed and live in the Oval, it's 12:09 Alberta time. We do an ice resurfacing at 12:35 and a hard start for the men's 1,500 meter race at 1 p.m. Alberta time. So until then, enjoy the break, and we'll be back in the Oval in 50 minutes. For those on the YouTube feed, just have a look at what's on the list. We've got the top 8 times, and let's just highlight the top 3. Carolina Hiller at 38.9, who's having an outstanding meet. No question about it. Abigail McCluskey back from Poland. Strong meet as well, 39.42 in the second fastest time. And Bianca Stanica at 40.11. Congratulations, ladies. We'll see some of you, looking forward to calling the race with some of you at the 1,500 meters soon, later this afternoon. Take a break. We'll be back on the feed at 1 o'clock. I'd like to make an announcement to all coaches that we're going to feed you. We have some food for you up here in the deck, in the lounge of the Oval offices. So come on up to the lounge area, and we have some nourishment for you, well-earned nourishment. And Scott Van Horn, if you're in the house and have a few minutes, come on up for perhaps an afternoon interview. This is not the actual volunteer lounge, coaches. This is a lounge that when you come up the stairs, you turn left, not right. Turn left, not right. And we have some food for you. In the 1,500 meter women's race, we'll have 13 heats. We're going to kick it off with one pairing to start, and then we're going to go and do the same thing we did with the men's. We're going to do the quads. And so let me introduce you to the first pairing, and then I'm going to toggle back and forth because I'm talking to Jonathan Guillemette, the Oval Program Manager here at the Oval, on the YouTube feed as we look down and see Mike Ireland putting another puck, the legendary Mike Ireland putting a puck on the ice. So as the ice settles and readying for the 1,500 meter race here at the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition, in the first heat, which is one pairing alone, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Kent. First pairing, good luck, ladies, and after that, we will go into the quads. When the starters are ready, the races will begin. We'll keep the camera on the start line. Okay, let's say I've just turned 18. I've graduated high school. I'm a speed skater in my local community. I've decided I want to go to the University of Calgary and be part of something called an Oval program. Before, and I would have known about it because I've been speed skating. I've been to Calgary several times, so it's not foreign to me as an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old graduating high school. How will I connect with the Calgary Oval program if I'm a 16, 17, or 18-year-old thinking to coming down? How does that connection occur?
Connection occurs a lot with, I would say, with the coaches. Like the coaches are in competitions or seeing the kids, and they're watching the kids progress and evolve and the pathway and the different competitions. So typically there's a conversation between the coaches and the athletes, or the coach of the athlete, ideally, or the parents sometimes are involved in that. And then a lot of the information can be found on our website. Like, for example, our time standards to enter the Olympic Oval. We've got some time standards set in place so that it would make sense to fit a group. We're not bringing like anyone. It's not an open door kind of thing, but yeah.
Okay, if you've just joined us, we're about to start the 1,500 meter women's races. There is 13 heats, which is 12 quads and one pairing. We're talking with Jonathan Guillemette, which is the Oval Program Manager. And if you're a parent of a speed skater or a speed skater themselves and you want to come to Calgary, why should I join? And again, I want to personalize it, and the whistle's been blown, so we're going to get started here shortly. Why should I want to be part of the Oval program?
Well, it's kind of the next logical step in terms of the development for the skaters. Like after the club level, we're kind of the next step, and then it's kind of a gateway towards the national team.
Okay, so I come to Calgary. I'm part of this Oval program, but can I come to the Calgary and not be part of the Oval program and still develop as a speed skater? What are my options?
Yeah, for sure. There's still a club in Calgary. We've got other training groups, but honestly, not a lot. We on the long track side, I think there's another group, but on short track, it's really we've got the best coaches, so it's really the next best thing
It makes no sense for me to come to University of Calgary as a speed skater, to be a student and not be part of the Oval program, because you have all the expertise and all the resources. By the way, we've just started the first pairing, which is only a pairing in the 1,500 meter women's races this afternoon. You got Abigail McCluskey in the white armband, who just came back from Poland, and Lindsay Kent from Manitoba. You can't tell them apart because of the outfits other than the armband. So McCluskey is rounding the outside lane, and Lindsay Kent and this turn is in the inside lane. So then in terms of I should join the Oval program, yes, and I would make more progress if as opposed to maybe a club, or just there's no way I could do it on my own.
No, I mean, what we are offering with the Oval program is not only like the ice time or the coaching. We've got a strength trainer working with the group. We've got a nutritionist. We've got a psychologist. We've got some working with the lab here at the University of Calgary in terms of lab testing on the bikes. So there's a lot that we're offering other than just ice time and coaches.
Okay, so who are some notable speed skaters that have come through the program?
There's a lot. I cannot really go into all the names because
most of recent years, as the Bell Lap has gone on with about 200 meters to go.
Well, I could go back like years. I could say like back in the years. I think like you could think about like Catriona Maidon, Jeremy Waterspoon were part of the Olympic program. We've got our coaches that are coaching right now the Olympic oval program that has been in the program pathway.
Hold on one sec, Jonathan. All right, crossing the line first is Abigail McCluskey at a time of 2 minutes, 0.19 seconds, and Lindsay Kent at a 2:01.83. I'm just going to introduce the next skaters. We're going to come back here in a moment. All right, let me introduce the next four skaters. We now move into the second heat, which is we're now into the quads. In the first pairing of this second heat, in the inside lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Georgia Birkland. In the second pairing of this second heat, in the inner lane from Romania, Bianca Stanica. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. Okay, we just got a couple more minutes here, and then I've got to go to work. And especially the quads keep me a little bit busier than the pairings. If we had pairings, we could dive into a bit more. But what I'm taking away is that the oval program is going to help the advancement of skaters. Where I last left off is there's so many skaters you can't name. So many that went through the program, but there are 4 skaters that just joined the oval program from Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Daniel Pauly, Bon Lowe, maybe Keegan Waddington. I might be missing one. Maybe is it Liam Dallaire would be the other? Maybe not. But they've just come into Calgary. They're living and going to school, and they're part of the program.
Yeah, no, exactly. They're skating right now with Christina Lazarescu, who's the coach. And then just to maybe go back to the question you asked me before, maybe most recently a notable skater that was in the oval program was Graham Fish. He's still pretty young, but he's like really doing good internationally.
Outstanding, yes. And what maybe to finish off, Jonathan, what's a day in the life or a week in the life of somebody as part of the oval program?
Lots of training, and typically morning on the ice, if I can make it short. In the morning on the ice for an hour and a half of training, and then we've got some off-ice training in the afternoon. If it could be some weight training or dryland imitation type of stuff, or bike, especially in the summer, lots of bike riding. In the winter, obviously, we're not going outside, but we're still doing some bikes.
Well, that's cool. Well, look, thank you for dropping by. You're working right in next to the timing deck. There's the bell lap there for Laura Hall and Georgia Birkland from the United States, the white and red armband respectively. Jonathan, next time I'm back into town, God willing, I would like to interview you again. And I think it's important for kids to know what's available to them as you are a feeder into further development, because you're looking at a developmental meet basically with the CanAm International, because the top long trackers are in Europe right now at the World Cup. Coming home now to go to Salt Lake City. Let me call in this Australia. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
Appreciate it. All right, crossing the line. First, we've got Georgia Birkland at a time of 2:02.78. And Laura Hall in at 2:03.19. We've got Bianca Stanica in at 2 minutes 0.81. She'll like that time because that's a personal best. And Anna Bourgeois in at 2:01.24. And she'll like that time as well. And you can see that those two skaters on the screen are happy. Personal best for them. Congratulations. They'll take a PB any time of their day. Moving to the third heat in the first pairing of this heat, in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin. In the outer lane from the United States of America, Rebecca Simmons. In the second pairing of this third heat, in the inner lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. In the last heat, in the heat number 2, we Bianca Stanica and Anna Bourgeois both achieved personal bests. Laura Hall and Georgia Birkland were off their PBs, still had yet a strong race. Well, in case you missed it, I just finished talking with Jonathan Guimet. He's the Oval Program Manager here at the Oval, at the Olympic Oval. And for kids who are looking to move to Calgary after high school, we didn't even talk about even leaving school before high school. I'm not saying leave school, but continue on their high school in Calgary and then be part of the Oval program. I think most kids finish out where they live their high school years and then move to Calgary and go to university, which is kind of a natural progression. But the advancement of and the development of the kids, given the resources and the coaching that they have available, is significant. And so joining the Oval program is advantageous for these young skaters. All right, so you're seeing Victoria Goplin and Rebecca Simmons. Simmons, you can tell, she's in that beautiful American-looking skin suit. It's got kind of pink and gray a little bit, and it's a beautiful-looking suit. You're looking at Mallard and Hagen. They got the bell lap, and soon in the background you're going to see Goplin coming around the corner, followed by Simmons. And in the white armband, there's Victoria Goplin right there. Her PB time is 2:04 and change. Let's see how it turns out. Victoria Goplin crosses the line at 2:05:03, and that's a personal best for Goplin. That is not, sorry, I take that at 2:04:66 is. Simmons crosses the line at 2:06:68, both off their personal best, very close times. Here comes Claire Mallard and Kirsten Hagen. And their times are as follows: 2:06:75 for Mallard. That is a personal best, and 2:06:03 for Hagen, and that's a personal best for her as well. Congratulations. In this fourth heat, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from the USA, Ilsa Schob. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. In the inner lane, in the second pairing from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Manitoba as well, Sophia Bieber. Okay, we've got an interesting heat ahead of us here. First of all, starting with Ilsa Schob and Rachel Freitag. We've got basically very evenly matched skaters. Schob's personal best is around 2:08:70. Freitag is 2:10:16. And then Skylar Van Horn's season's best, it virtually matches Sophia Bieber's season's best, so they should be evenly matched. Sophia, and that... So Skylar's season's best is also her personal best. Bieber's personal best is 2:08:50. So it's going to be interesting. These two evenly matched skaters, I think this is what speed skating is all about. I think each one wants to skate their best so they can bring the best out in each other and the best out in themselves. So it'll be interesting to see how this finishes up here with this race. So you got Schob and Freitag in the first pairing, and Van Horn and Bieber, who are friends and peers and competitors, all wrapped in one out of the Manitoba speed skating community. There goes the bell lap for Freitag and Schob, and Freitag is in the lead. Schob has got the white armband. I imagine Schob and all our American friends will be heading home later today. I know the Hermans headed home earlier today. So in the yellow armband is Skylar Van Horn. Sophia Bieber has the blue armband. the first pairing. It comes to a completion right now, and so Rachel Freitag crosses the line at 2:07:48, and that is a personal best for her. Ilse Schob crossed the line at 2:11:13. These two skaters are giving it all they got. Van Horn and Bieber, how are they going to finish up? It's going to be a very close race. I'm waiting for the times to get up on the screen. Sophia Bieber crosses the line at 2:09:75 and Van Horn 2:09:86. So that is a season's best for Bieber and a personal best for Van Horn. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the fifth heat in the inside lane from the United States of America, Sydney Yu Turpinen. And in the outer lane from Korea, Un She-ha. And in the second pairing from the USA, inside lane, Gia Griffith. And in the outer lane from Germany, Nele Charlene Neumann. So, knowing those two Manitoba skaters, Skylar Van Horn and Sophia Bieber, that was an excellent race for both of these skaters. Bieber skated to a season's best, Van Horn to a personal best, which of course is a season's best as well. But it did what speed skating is supposed to do. Two evenly matched skaters bringing out the best in each other. And how it was explained to me by skaters who've been in the sport for many years, you want to beat your competitor, but you want your competitor to race their best. And Bonnie Blair talked about that. She wouldn't want to race against somebody who wasn't at their best. She would like to have the best time possible when they're at their best as well. So that was a terrific race for the Manitoba contingent. And Freitag, of course, had a personal best, beat it by about 7 seconds. So that's very impressive for Rachel. She should be very proud of that. So now we turn our attention back to this heat. This is the fifth heat. By the way, when we're all done, we'll have a bit of a break, and we have 3 mass start events. We have 3 men mass starts, given the amount of interest in the mass starts. The first one will be 16 laps, and then the other 2 will be in 10 laps. So 1 senior and 2 juniors. So I'm looking forward to a bit of NASCAR on ice. It can be the mass starts can be very exciting. I'd say the women's yesterday wasn't that exciting. They were a lot spread out with the 25 skaters were on the ice. So I'm looking for some excitement today for the men's mass start. So we bring our attention back to the fifth heat. A bell lap here for Turpinen and Ha. So 2:10:73 would be Turpinen's best, and I don't have Ha's times. Unfortunately, I've tried to dig down and find them, so I can't tell you how close they are with reference to their personal or season's best. So you get her time, period. All right. You see in the inside lane is Un She-ha. Un She-ha from Korea crosses the line first, and she does so at a time of 2:04.05. Turpinen crosses the line at 2:11.77. And down the straightaway, all they got, everything they have, a grueling 1,500-meter race. Here comes Nele Charlene Neumann, and she does so at a time of 2:10.01. She should be happy with that time. That is a personal best, and 2:11.81 for Gia Griffith, and that is not only a season's best, but a personal best as well. PB for Griffith and Neumann. We now move to the sixth heat. In the first pairing of this heat, in the inside lane from Alberta, Zoe Luders, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. In the second pairing of this group, in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Callie Ann Friesen. Zoe Luders in the same pairing as Alexa Annika. And what you just watched, Emma Langstrom and Kellyanne Friesen. Actually, you're watching them right now. Langstrom has a yellow armband. Friesen just went through at the bottom of the screen, rounding the corner. This is the 6th heat of 13 heats. In case you're wondering why there's 4 skaters on the ice, it's called the quad, or a quartet, basically. I guess it's a quartet, 2 skaters in each pairing. You do this so you're not here till next Sunday. It speeds up the meet, and it can be done. It does help the skaters in their times, by the way, because it does, every small little edge skaters can get, and they don't do this on purpose, but they're creating some wind down there. They're creating a circular wind on the oval, and so that does help the skaters somewhat. So just an interesting tidbit to know about. So the bell lap has been rung for Luders and Annika. The bell lap is going to be coming up here for Langstrom and Friesen, and it's just gone off. And so you'll see in the background, probably Luders will round the corner first. She's wearing the white armband. And there she goes. And she's coming into the screen now, and I'll call the race from the oval microphone. Luders comes down the straightaway on the outside lane. She's going to cross the lane first, or the finish line first, at a time of 2:09.34. She'll be happy with that time. And Annika in a 2:09.77, and she'll also be happy with that time. That's personal best for Luders and Annika. Congratulations, ladies. And here comes Emma Langstrom, and then followed by Kellyanne Friesen. Langstrom books in a time of 2:09.18. And she'll like that time. That's her personal best. And Friesen is just off her PB by half a second, coming across the line at 2:13.83. We now move to the 7th heat. In the inside lane of the first pairing from Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. In the second pairing in this grouping, in the inside lane for the United States of America, Cynthia Jennings. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. We have Robin Solly and Brooke Braun in this first pairing, and then Cynthia Jennings from the U.S. and Sydney Benny from British Columbia. I hope you're enjoying the coverage over the last 3 days. The whole idea behind giving some commentary to the YouTube feed is just make it a little more interesting if we can. But also breathe some life into it. Otherwise, you'd be looking at basically skaters in mime formation. It's really quite quiet. We can't play any music here because the YouTube police will, at worst, shut us down. At best, want us to pay royalties for the song, so you don't have any music in the background. So you just got my voice and some of the interviews that I've had over the last couple of days. So we're winding down this meet here, but it's been fun. But day 3, I mean, wow, it's hard to believe it's just like we got here. And for these skaters and racers, it's been exciting. A lot of personal bests is falling. So this is going to be, this is now what more normal looks like, even though We got the, we're in COVID times. All right, let me call this race in. Robin Solé about to cross the line, the 1,500 meters. That can be absolutely exhausting. 2:17:01, and that she squeaks in on her personal best time. So congratulations, Robin. 2:18:73 for Brooke Braun. Cynthia Jennings crosses the line at 2:16:16, and Sydney Benny in at 2:17:08. Not sure where Jennings is for a PB, but Benny and Solly in for personal bests. In the eighth heat, in the eighth quartet, in the first grouping in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sylvie Lloyd. We've got two Saskatchewan racers in the first grouping in this quartet, and then we got a Alberta and a British Columbian in the second grouping. We're going to get a bell lap here very soon here. What you're seeing is Alford and Lloyd in that in the footage of them. Here's where a bell lap's coming in with Cloutier and Dallaire. The last 400 meters. There's the bell lap for Alford and Lloyd. And here come Cloutier and Dallaire. So Cloutier in the white armband down the straightaway first. She'll cross the line first. Let's find out how she does relative to her personal best. Cloutier crossed the line at 2:10:59. She'd be ecstatic with that because that knocks the socks off her personal best. Dallaire 2:15:45, and that's also a personal best for her as well. Finishing up is Alford in the yellow armband. She's going to cross the line first. Let's see how close she gets her personal best. I don't actually have that. She's a 2:19:44. Lloyd in a 2:21:55. And those are those times. So let's move on to the sixth heat. Let's move on, rather, to the ninth heat in the first pairing of the ninth quartet in the inside lane. From Alberta in the inside lane, Tatiana Devlig. And the outer lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. In the second pairing of this ninth quartet in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Mila Reben. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. This first pairing has a false start. So that means they go back and they do it all over again. Something wasn't right for our starter. So they want them absolutely perfectly still for a couple, maybe 3 seconds, and then the gun goes off. Let's do it all over again. Let's cross our fingers for a nice clean second start. All quiet, it seems, doesn't it? I went quiet on you there for a bit. You know what? Sometimes you need a break from me, and I actually need a break from me. So we have the ninth pairing, or the ninth quartet, rather. That's what you're watching right now. There is 13 quartets in total. Here, I'll call this race in. This is here comes. Well, there's Tatiana Velig. So there's their bell lap. That's what's going on here. There's their bell lap. They're one full lap to go. Right now, these skaters' legs are absolutely burning. This is, I won't say it's not a fun race, but it is incredibly challenging and taxing. And you basically raise the bar or the ceiling of what your body can handle in terms of its physical and mental capacity. It really is a test of those two types of strength. Let me call this race in. All right, coming to the finish line is Tatiana Dudlig, and she does so at a time of 2:18.94, exhausted. No question, but that's a personal best. She should be very happy with it. Hannah North comes in at 2:23.24, and that's a personal best. And then Mila Reben comes across the line, and she does so at a time of 2:15.35, and that's a personal best. And Maya Kemp crosses the line at a time of 2:18.82, and that's a personal best. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 PBs in that quartet. Let's keep it going, ladies. In the 10th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Gracie Reynoldson. In the outer lane from Alberta, Alina Manina. In the second pairing in this 10th quartet in the inner lane from Alberta, Elise Peprich. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. So just to put an exclamation point on that last pairing, Tatiana Duvlig from Alberta, Hannah North from BC, Mila Reben from Saskatchewan, and Maya Kemp from Manitoba. So basically the prairie provinces. How about that? In that particular heat, all got personal bests. Ladies, congratulations. That's the good news. The bad news is it gets tougher and tougher to get personal bests. But that's why you keep coming back. Keep training, keep working hard. And one of the best measuring sticks is then to race. And then you can see how well you're progressing. So we are now in the 10th quartet of 13 quartets. And then after the quartets, we'll have a bit of a break, get sorted out. And I say get sorted out. It takes a bit of time to get mass starts together, which is sometimes referred as NASCAR on ice. And we have 3 of them. We'll have a senior mass start, which is 16 laps with some sprint laps mixed in, and then 10 laps for two juniors. So looking for some exciting races out of the men here this afternoon to cap off the third and final day of the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. Here comes Gracie Reynoldson. Alina Menina. Alina Menina crosses the line first at a 2:22.92 clip. And Gracie Reynoldson at a 2:28.32. That'll be a personal best for Reynoldson. I'm going to go on the limb and say a best for Menina. We've got Paprich crossing the line at I'll wait for the times to come up. At 2:21.70. So Paprich in at 2:21.70 and Dvorak in at 2:23. Basically personal bests all around by a long shot. We now move to the 11th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Heidi Beck. In the second pairing from Manitoba in the inside lane, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. Lots of personal bests today for these ladies. Now, I'm just going to, while this race gets underway, let's just take a look at what happened. I talked this morning about the 500-meter races in Norway at the World Cup. For the men's, let's talk about the 1,500 since we're talking about the 1,500 meters here. So in the 1,500 meter Division B, Antoine Jelinet-Boulianeau was 13th. Jake Weideman was in that group, but for some reason did not finish. And in the women's B division, we have Valerie Malte was third, so she took a bronze. Alexa Scott had a very good time. She was 6th. Madison Perriman was 11th. So we had 3 in the top 11 of the women's B division. Valerie Malte, that might put her in the A division going into Salt Lake City. I'd have to look at that. And so with the men's, Joey Mentia from the States took on the bronze. I'm just talking about the Americans as well because they're our friends and they're up from, this is called the CanAm International event. And Tyson Langlar was 19th in the men. That's in the A division, actually, in the A division. I'll turn my attention back to this race in just a moment. And then the women's A division, we had Isabel Weideman and Evany Blondin 13th and 14th. So very respectable showings. I know that those skaters probably would rather be first, second, and third, but still, the competition is that tough. Okay, now back to this race. Lindsay Smart from Manitoba has got the bell lap, and in the same pairing, Heidi Beck with the red armband. So Smart is on her way to finishing up her 400 meters. The 1,500 meters. There's no question that she's going to blow the doors off her personal best. You're looking at Rachel Spritzens in the inside lane from Manitoba and Cheyenne Key from British Columbia in the outer, and they have their bell lap. Here comes Lindsay Smart down the straightaway. All right, here comes Lindsay Smart down the straightaway. No doubt in my mind she will do a PB, getting encouraged on by her mother and all the Manitoba contingent. 2:16.87. 2:16.87 is a personal best for Lindsay Smart. Congratulations. Here comes Heidi Beck. Can only imagine how she feels right now. She's about to cross the line, and she does so with a time of 2:34.51 and beats her personal best by 2 seconds. Now here comes Rachel Spritzens. She crosses the line, and she does so at a time of 2:28.35, and that's a personal best for her. And Cheyenne Key crosses the line at 2:30.26, and guess what? A personal best for her. Personal bests are raining from the speed skating gods today for these ladies and the 1,500-meter women. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the second last quartet. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, say hello to Eloise Spence. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. In the second pairing of this second last quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Julia Smith. If you've just joined us, or if you've been with us all afternoon, we are live from Calgary, Alberta. I'm laughing because it's day 3, the final day of the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. And they're long, exciting days, and it's at the end of the day, it's really all exciting. It's all about these kids that are racing, and they're doing just absolutely fantastic. And we know that most of the skaters have been off for the last couple of years, other than probably the senior skaters. And that's why you're seeing personal best drop, one of the reasons anyway. And because they haven't been racing, so they haven't been booking the times as they grow up. So 2 years longer, 2 years stronger, 2 years faster. And that doesn't mean they're not training. And I bet you they're so glad to be back competing again. This is our third, I think, at least. There's been at least 4 or 5 meets in Calgary alone, but they're happening all over the world. And they're getting in the World Cups before Christmas because this is an Olympic year, an Olympic season. So getting the World Cups in sets the tone, and you can pretty get an idea of just who your competitors might be in the Olympics. And let me just call in this race here. Elizabeth Smith crosses the line, and she does so at a time of 2:13.98. That'll be a personal best for her. Eloise crosses the line at 2:35.04. Eloise Spence at 2:35.04, and I'm not showing a time for Elizabeth Smith, but I am for Isabel Erasmus, and she does so at a time of I got a time for Julia Smith at 2:44, and that'll be a personal best for her. And I don't have times for Erasmus and Smith, and there must be a reason for that. So we go to the final quartet, of which there are 3 skaters. And so, in the inside lane, in the first pairing from British Columbia, Kalia Hoheim. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Talia Halperin. And in the second pairing, 1 skater only, a single, inner lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. Okay, we are watching the final quartet of the 1,500 meter women's race here at the CanAm International Long Track Speed Skating Competition. I was just looking at some more results out of Norway. Laura Dobré is certainly proving to be a consistent contender in the men's 500 meters on the World Cup circuit, because today, which is the final day of its competition before they come home, before they head over to Salt Lake City in a couple of weeks, Laurent is 29 years old, and he got a silver medal today, and that's his 4th podium finish in his 4 500-meter races this season. So he skated in the final pairing against Japan's Tatsui Shinhama, and he went stride for stride, because that's his biggest competitor so far. And Shinhama had a time of 34.578, and he edged out Dobré at 34.61. So that is, what is that? 3/100ths of a second. That's very, very close. But Dobré leads the overall World Cup standings in the men's 500 meters with 216 points, and he's 2 ahead of Shinhama. And our team, Arefrev from Russia, skated a time of 34.671, and he took the bronze, and he sits 3rd overall. So you got Canada, Japan, and Russia for points in the 500 meters. That's awesome. And we've had in the top, we've had 3 in the top 5 finishes. And I mentioned earlier, Brooklyn McDougall, fastest time in the women's 500. Valerie Malte was 3rd in the women's 1,500. And Gilmore Junio was skated to a 5th in the men's 500. All right, let's get back to this race. Hoheim and Halperin from British Columbia. And Callie Hoheim crossed the line at 2:32.65. And that'll be a personal best because she's never done a 1,500 before. And same with Talia Halperin at 2:41.48. That's a personal best because she's never done one before. And Denise Wessling at 2:36.46. So congratulations, Calla Hoheim, Talia Halperin, and Denise Wessling. That concludes the 1,500 meter women's races. We're back at 3:45. 3:45 for 3 mass start men's events. This plans to be an exciting race. So hang on, take a break, and we'll see you in a half an hour.